Right. Let's start our captioning. Let's see if that's working. Simple words will get captioned. All right, so we were going to play Elder Scrolls today. We may do that later. My stream's going to be broken up this morning a little bit. I'm just looking at my schedule right now. I think I'll be up until 11:50. What time is it now? Say an hour and 45 minutes because I'll have to pick my daughter up when she gets done her class, and then I'll probably come back, stream for 2 hours, and then drop her off again for another class. After today, she'll have to stay in the library and do her studying between classes, like we all did when we went to school. But it'll make for a silly stream today. But we're gonna mess with a new application that we bought last week. Um, one of our viewers has been talking about Talespire. And if you watch my stream, you know that my main um, virtual tabletop that I use is Foundry. And I use that to play D&D, play all my games, that kind of stuff. Um, but they've talked about Talespire. Talespire, at this Talespire, there we go. At this point in time, I'm going to say is really a 3D mapping program. Um, you can use it to game, but it doesn't have things that make life easier, like character sheets, importing statistics. I think most of that right now is because it is system agnostic. So Tailspire doesn't care um, what application you're using, or I should say what system you're using. So, and here's the thing, you could play anything with it, but right now all of the assets in here really built around um, fantasy type campaigns or games. So like D&D, Pathfinder, uh, Fate if you're running a fantasy campaign. I mean, you could run a lot of different things um, on this. And I played with it a little bit this weekend, and it is pretty cool. If I can get this stuff to work, then that'll be awesome. But a few minor issues that I see with it are like right now we see this loading thing going on. Um, I've got a couple of test maps that I had set up, and I can't get into them right now. So what I would have to do is let's do this. Let's name something Tavern, right? Let's try that again. So we'll call this tavern, and we may actually end up building it. But you see, the minute I did that, these things came up. Um, and I'll show you one that I was kind of messing around with yesterday while the wife was out. Um, it'll take a second for it to load. So let's activate this one. There it is. So this is level 1 of Dungeon of the Mad Mage. I started messing with it. Um, this is kind of cool. It does have pretty good bit of promise. Your assets open, close, all that kind of stuff. What I did right here, if I were to delete this while there's a door there, that's probably how I would work around secret doors not really working right. Um, but I've been working on just seeing how to get this to work. And this also has like a little dip over here where it goes down. Um, This is one thing that I saw that it doesn't work in here. Your walls can't angle at the moment. This is supposed to be angled walls kind of going like this, across here, and then there are pillars down here. If I were building this to actually use, I would end up having to go with these more squared off walls, or maybe make the walls kind of zigzag across. It's not going to be perfect. Now let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to drop, and this is where it's kind of cool. And I think what we're going to try to do is, let's just bring one of the miniatures in. And you've got all these different minis, which are kind of nice. You got your spellcasters that'll highlight which ones. You don't have a ton of them, but you do have plenty of miniatures to place down, for now. And these are all included with your 25 bucks, which you can't beat 25 bucks. Let's be honest. 25 bucks is freaking awesome. And, if this thing keeps getting worked on actively, it'll be really nice to play on. But like I said, let's see. Let's drop this barbarian looking dude on there. So there's the barbarian looking dude, right? So if we zoom in on this, let's get out of build mode. So which you'll be able to move your guys around just like you're sitting on a board, you know, live on a table. But it doesn't, I guess you could probably set these stats up the way you wanted them to. That's something I haven't really messed with. I mean, you can put a torch on, so when they get Fog of War working right, that would give you your light. You can hide that, which we really didn't want to do. Let's see. I have no idea how to bring a hidden freaking token back now, so that's bad. Apply turn order. There's got to be some. There he is. So like right now, it's only grabbing the tiles. I can't get to him. So that's rather curious. So I wonder when you hide that, how are you going to unhide it? We'll have to figure that out. In fact, hold on. We're going to figure it out right now. Let's take it out of window mode. Just have it go full screen. So we go over this. See, it's not letting me pick that object up. Let's do this. Let's just delete it. Didn't do it. Wow. That's kind of fucked up that we can't do anything with that right now. But this thing, it does work real nice. Now, I think we'd mess with adjusting the walls a little bit, doing a few other things like that. But right now we're just experimenting, so the map doesn't have to be super nice looking. Let's be honest. We're just trying to see what this does. And we may have to go in, hold on a second. Do that, we'll do that. There is a tutorial, right? So playing, creature controls, let's see. Hold to pick up and move, hold Alt and rotate, hold Control, Shift, that's for stepping, teleport mini. This is nice if you can actually teleport them so they don't see the movement from one zone to another. Um, and you know I'm big on that kind of stuff. Radio menus. Game Master tools, control of a mini, enable flying, hide reveal. Here we go. To hide reveal, left click the hide reveal icon on the mini's radio menu. You can reveal the hidden mini from the Game Master overlay. All right, so where's the Game Master overlay? Overview. So how do you get to the Game Master overlay? So we need tab. Let's see what that does. Let's just hit tab and see what happens. What happened there? There it is. What is this thing? We have this column here. What is that? That like randomly showed up where he was, I don't know, maybe that's a glitch. That is a little bit weird. All right, so let's back out. We're going to take a look at we'll probably I think we're going to mess with another map. So let's do it. Let's do that. Escape, exit to menu. And we're gonna start with a blank and let's see what we want to actually make. So I think we will do like a tavern. I'm trying to remember. We want a good description for one. So let's go to build mode. Let's select all this shit. Let's delete that and let's just start with a, you know, whole new canvas. And I'm going to pull up D&D Beyond. I'm trying to remember. There was a tavern. And we don't want to go to yawning portal level of detail kind of tavern. We just want a simple one. And I think there's a simple one in... Oh, what's the name of that adventure? Descent to Avernus. That's it. So bear with me. We're going to pull this up. Oh, I automatically went to the one we've been mapping for a year. It's crazy. What's the full name of that? Baldur's Gate. That's right. Baldur's Gate. So let's take a look. Elf Song Tavern. That's what we're looking for. So let's drag this over and we'll take a look at it. And this is a pretty simple design. Now, these are what, 5 foot squares. So this is where we're going to have some issues. And I think we're going to have to expand the tavern itself. And I'll tell you why. The like these rooms here, they're 5 by 5. Walls actually take up volume in this. So, you know, crazy talk, isn't it? But walls take up volume. So we're going to have to expand most of these rooms because this would end up being like, a 5 foot square down the middle. and then these cut into slabs, and that's just not going to work. And that's one thing that I noticed with the program, where a 2D mapping program like we use does a pretty good job of that. Um, this, because let's face it, walls take up volume. It's just the way it is. You look at the walls in your house, they take up what, 6, 8 inches. Um, the walls are pretty damn thick in this when you place them. So I guess what we'll do to start building this out, Elf Song does not have, let me make sure, because if there's a basement, we need to plan around that as well. Okay, so like Dungeon of the Dead 3, let's show you this one too. So this one would be, and this is where it would be a little bit messed up. Not really. Let's look at this. Let's zoom in on this map. So this has a water level, right? And you're going to have to build this around the water level. So the bottom is like slightly flooded. I don't think it's really deep. But with this, instead of doing where, you go here, this is actually going to be sitting on top. Then you'll descend down into this. And then you're going to go down steps. Actually, this, you go up the steps to that. Then you go back down. There's the flooded zone. This is up. This goes up. So this has multiple levels in here. And you'll really be able to build that using this. I think what I would do to build this, just looking at it, would be start with the lightly flooded zone and then go from there. But this wouldn't be a horrible map because it's 1 square equals 5 feet. But we're not going to mess with all these multi-levels. We're going to try, with our first actual map, just a building, like a tavern. And we'll set up some stuff outside and take it from there. So, let's see. Elf Song Tavern's location is marked on map 1.1. Let's look here. This is map 1.1. It says it's inside the city, right here. So we'd have to make it so there may be a couple of buildings around it. And then place the tavern with a road. So let's do that. We're going to place the tavern, not necessarily worry about having the buildings around it, but let's start. We don't need a basement. So, whoops. I did that and it dinged on there. All right, so Elf Song Tavern. I don't think I've downloaded this. I'm going to check real quick because I started doing Baldur's Gate before. We're not going to get into mapping all of Baldur's Gate. I'd have to redo it because I was using the original assets. So I don't think we're going to map Baldur's Gate. It's possible, but it falls into the realm of things I'm not really thinking that hard about doing. Let's be honest. All right, so Avernus Maps, Chapter 1. This was our original Elf Song Tavern map. We're going to pull it up and draw it over there. See, it's not horrible, but it is using mostly default assets with a few things, I think, from Forgotten Realms, or whatever it's called. And this was really designed around they're coming in and they're playing inside of it. So we're going to actually build this tavern 3D. Let's get rid of that. And I think I have, there it is. So we've got a reference. So I'm going to pull that over here and we'll take a look and let's start laying this out. Like I said, we're going to have to be careful about it because we want to make sure fact, I'm going to pull that up high. So I'll be looking up there a little bit today. We'll put that there. It's funny because sometimes I keep those, sometimes I don't. The reference maps. But yeah, we're gonna redo all those Avernus maps eventually. I'm gonna admit it because I can't stand the way they look right now. I'm not sure if I put those up. I may have. I don't know. But I'm gonna pull this here. That way we'll be able to see our chat. And trying to size this so I can go between my windows easily. There we go. All right, so let's look. We've got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85 across. Looks like maybe 90 across. No, I don't think it's, nope. It's going to be a perfect building where everything sits above each other the way it's supposed to. So 85 across. These squares, when we lay them down, this is, I think, what I'm going to do. We're going to build this up slowly. So 85 by 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65. Let's just say 90 by 70. Divide that by 2 because the squares are 2 by 2s. I think what we're going to do is lay down. I keep doing that over here. Do it here where we should. What is going on here? This brought in this stuff from that other map. Look at that. This is a brand new map, and that's persisted. That's a problem. Let's exit the desktop, and we're going to restart it. And hopefully it'll start up properly. I mean, we're gonna see how many minor glitches we have with this thing. Let's try this again. Just gonna do this so we can hear. We turned off the annoying music. All right, so I tell you what, we're going to do this. We're going to delete this one. We're going to delete this one because those were just me messing around. And let's create new. Let's just do, we're going to do multiple tests. Multiple test campaign. How about that? And then we can do whatever we want for each individual slab. There we go. That stuff went away. That's a good thing. All right. Let's see. There's nothing really that is, that's rural. What's going to be there? Containers, crafting, fences. I know there was like some massive slabs for laying out a large zone. I just need to figure out where that was. Nature. Yeah, 8x8 slabs, grassland. So there's really nothing for city where they've got big ones. Um, we're going to start with the grassland, I guess. So that's 8x8. So 8 times 8, 64. Um, well, actually, 8 squares. So this was what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So we'll do 3 across. Let's do a 3x3. And that'll give us enough room to build this. So, so that's 24 by 8. So 24 by 24 is a 3x3. And that is big enough for our zone. This will let us actually elevate up so we can see more. Now let's take a look at this. So this will help as far as, where our elevation plane is. This is our build plane. And let's put the grid on. You can see, like, if we go like this, our build plane right now is above that. Um, I think we're going to do this because we threw this like up in the air. Let's do that, and delete. So let's start on our ground floor build plane. F2 brings us right back to the center of the map. So we're going to start right here. Now, here's something cool. Let's go ahead and drop that grass down. So we're going to go what? 24 by 24. Didn't draw. There it is. So that's the very base of our build plane. Now, if we wanted to flood zones like we were talking about in that other map, you can bring the water level up. And I mean, if we really wanted to, there was that entire, swamp level we built before that had like 3 to 4 foot water throughout. Now, you can't change the water level per se. What you would have to do is like have, I think what I would do, start with the level at where the deepest room is and then build up. You're going to have to carefully read each zone in there. And if it's like, oh, water's only ankle deep here, then you're going to add slabs up so that, the level actually goes up and down there, and then you'd build up. But if you wanted to be able to actually place the water, you'd want to drop that guy there. If it's like, let's say he's 6 feet tall, you'd put the water level there. That's where your halflings are going to know when they get in there that they're drowning all the time, so they better know how to swim. But it makes it interesting. So, personally, I think that it will be one of the things that what just happened? Look at this. Why is that staying and persisting? This is like a new problem. What the fuck? This could be a serious bug that makes it so we can't do anything today. Let me take a look. Let's look at Discord. We're in their Discord. See, in the box is not even, it should have a little menu thing on the side. It's not even showing up 100% like it should. So, man, what the fuck? Multi-select. Turn our grid off. Let's put this on. See, this is delete. So that hides volume. But this right here should not be persisting. So let's do this. Unknown realm, delete board. So we're going to need to, oh, look at that shit. Is it coming in now? Create board. Rename board. We're gonna name it, but God knows it may not work out for us. Let's give it a try though. All right, so right now we have our build zone. We were going to do this 3x3. We're going to try this again. That's the first time I've seen that glitch. Oh, look, it's showing up right there. What the fuck? Why is that persisting? See, it's like we had that over there. We do this, we delete, and that should go away. But what is this? What the fuck? I think we're going to have to report a bug. Because look, we're going to go in here. See, this thing's persisting. We don't know what the hell that is. So why is that staying there? I have a feeling it's, whatever that torch is doing. You know what I mean? Because it didn't start that crap until we did the torch. Let's see if there's some setting in here that'll take care of that. Let's turn VSync off because we don't need that. That didn't do anything. Other settings. Creature snap to grid. Compass enabled. Reset to default. Remove fog from region. That didn't do it. Let's do that. That didn't do it. So we have no idea why these ghosts are showing up. I mean, once we've got this working, like I said, it'll be cool. But, you know, while you've got little issues like this, it's going to make using it problematic. And look, I have no idea why this is showing up there. It's just like, what the hell? I'm going to see if there's any let's take a look through here and see if there's anything we can see. I'm tempted to uninstall and reinstall to see what the hell happens. Sorry about this. Didn't figure we'd be finding bugs already. So we do that, delete, it's not going to take it off, and I guarantee you this freaking little thing is going to be there. And there's nothing we can do if it's going to keep that thing there. I mean, we'd have to end up building this up to cover it. And even at that, look at that, it shows through. What about as we go higher? That's kind of bullshit. And then if we do another multi-select, we're going to have another random box ghosting in there. See, these selection walls go away the minute that you go ahead and delete or doing whatever you're doing. And this is just like a piece of one of those that's showing up. See, that's kind of your fog of war thing there for hide volumes. And I'm going to be nervous about that. Yeah, we could mess with this still and move the build plane up. And that may be what we'll do. I'm not thrilled with that idea, but let's give it a try. So let's go ahead and start laying this out, and hopefully things won't be too buggered up. So we need 24 by 24. All right. And I think what we'll do is let's see. I drew double walls. Wonder why I did that. It's like when you volume it out, and this is where you have to be careful too. It's like it doesn't want to drop it exactly where we want it. We want it right there, and it's dropping it to the side. Wonder why it's doing that. I didn't have these issues when I was fucking with this yesterday. See, it does not want to play nice there. And I guess we could do this, because what we're trying to do is just box this in for the hell of it. Let's do this. Let's get all the wall assets and see if we can just goes to there, right? So, this I think will go right up against it. So maybe we just need to do like flat wall like that. Is that the only flat wall? Fireplace is a flat wall. This is a flat wall. Maybe we can do it this way. There we go. I'm so used to holding down the fucking control key, to spin, because that's the way it works in our other mapping program, that, I keep screwing it up, trying to make it do what I'm used to it doing. As long as we get the build plane right, that should take care of it. So we have that. What about our corners? I don't think there's an exterior corner for that. It's funny because the corners are all like that, so it kind of works the interior corner. Um, it's kind of goofy. So I'm wondering which set that came from. There we go. That'll help. Probably is a castle. Or not. Oh, you know what? I think I know what it's from. It's the Morgoth wall. Right? So there's the Morgoth. There's the wall. Let's see what the corner looks like. Okay. So this is what we would do. We would do floor. We'd do a single square, like right here, right? Let's drop that. And then corner. Which one was the corner? Right here. Watch. Magic. And again, I keep hitting that key that I shouldn't be hitting. We're gonna see. We're gonna see how this all looks. And right now we're too worried about little details. But all right, so there's that. Now I think what we're going to do is place a layer here across the entire thing. This is, I mean, it's essentially in a town. So let's go with like a cobblestone road if we can find. I know I've seen cobblestone. There it is, cobblestones, 2x2, 2x2. I just need it like that. All right. So we'll bring our build plane up. So it's sitting here. And there's our city cobblestone. So that gives us a nice place to set our building. Now we'll start. I think what we want is like here's center, right? So this is our build plane here. We need to lay down. I guess let's start with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5, 6, 7, 8. So 10 by 8, that'll be the main room of the tavern itself, 10 by 8. Let's go down here. We've got a tavern floor. And we need 10 by 8. And this is where I think we're going to have to do a good bit of adjustments building this thing. So I think let's move this forward just a little bit. There's 10 by 8. And then let's start setting some walls in for this. All right, so we're going to have a fireplace sitting over here. That one's 5 feet off the wall. So where's our fireplace? How do we want it to look? There's this fireplace. There's this fireplace. Let's take a look. That's more like a cook area. This is what we're going to do. So if they have like an edge wall, see, this is kind of like an edge wall here. This is just like a normal wall. So I think the issue is you really want the wall to be able to see like the entire part. I don't think we want to be here. If we look, so if we place it like here, see how short the wall is, and we have the floor not even on the build plane. That was good. So let's do that again. 10 by 8. Now it's on the build plane. Jesus. Got to be careful of that. So this is not being super helpful. Um, so I think what we would have to do to make this work, right, is kind of go here. See, there's your edging, especially with the way that this wall is made. And again, got to be careful. So here we have it merged in. And we're going to end up taking some stuff out for doors. So we want this to be here to there. All right, now we need our corner pieces for the room, which should be is this going to work? Awesome. All right, so that gets us this room done, right? So it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 by 8, correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 10 by 8 with some edging in there. So it works. We'll see once we start placing. I mean, here's going to be the issue. There's a bar in here. So let's take a look. Once we start placing assets in here, this is going to be a problem. We've got a bar, sofa, 4 tables, and a fireplace. So let's first see if we can find a bar. Now this bar, let's see, 1, 2, 3. So the bar sits out 5 feet. So it would be kind of across here. Goes over, there's a 5-foot gap. Looks like it's 1, 2, 3, so 15 feet long. 5, 10, 15 right here. We are not enamored of this bar right now. Let's be honest. So we're going to want that facing backwards. Now we can place it wherever we want. Now it's going to make us go square, I think. It is. So it would be 1, 2, 3. Four, and then it should have a piece going back like that. But it doesn't really fit, does it? I mean, it kind of fits. So that's the problem. If we put the other part of the bar there, I think our other option is going to be to make this merge into this, maybe like that. And it's still going to do whatever the fuck it wants to do. So I mean, what I really want it to do is to be right there. Like that, but it won't do it. Now the other issue, let's take a look. Containers. We need some barrels back here. Will it let me drop them exactly where I want? All right, it did. What about food and drink? Furniture. Do we have some shelving? Shelf. So what about this? Kind of like there. Or we could do and actually place a couple of shelves and put things on them. So we could put the shelf like that. Now we could also get rid of this. Place another shelf right here with this one. Feel like that didn't go on evenly, which it didn't. See, it doesn't like being there. There we go. So we forced that. I mean, I guess that's okay. Maybe somebody be able to slide behind there. The bartender can sit back there doing what they're doing. Um, this does show that that goes over there. Or we could place one more. We could place one more bar piece so that, it's right there. That probably looks better. Now, as far as stools, could place a few stools in here. Let's see if there is furniture. Furniture. Let's see, chairs. So we got 1, 2, 3, 5. Are they floating? Or are they sitting on the floor? They are. 6, 7. So there's some bar stools. Now, so we can place, and this is where I want to see if we have enough room with this build. Now this wall is going to jut out here a little bit, but we need a table here, right? Roughly there. Let's start placing some doors and walls. And here's where things are going to get sketchy, in my opinion. So, we've got this right here is supposed to be a 10 by 10 room. And again, this is where, we're experimenting to see how this is going to work. But I feel like where we're going to get hosed is this. The fact that, there's that. We need a wall equivalent to that. That's a 1 by, and we don't have it. We have this. So to make that a 10 by 10 room that'll fit a table, that is really tight. See what I mean? It's really fucking tight. And then this is where we're going to run into other issues. We need stairs going up here, and they're going to lock directly onto this. Where's our tavern stairs? So there's our tavern stairs, right? See, they want to be square that way. I don't believe that these will allow us to go off square. If they would, see if we could, it's going to insist on being right there. So I think what we would have to do is bring this wall over, right? Bring that wall to there. Get rid of this. Let's place that there. That gives us a space for a door. We're going to try to force this wall here. So that worked. That gives us a doorway to come in. That does not actually have a door, but it does create a room that's a little bit bigger. But you see where we're going to have a problem now at this point. The problem's going to be this landing and how everything's going to sit. So we could continue with this build, but I think we'd have to tear all the walls out. You know, if we're trying to stick directly to how this thing looks, and that's just not going to work. So there you go. We've got that there. There's the landing for the stairs. It's going to go up here. Need to bring the build plane up so it's there. That's our stairwell. And again, we've got that little bit of an issue there. So we can't slide it over. Now, the other option to make it work would be to do this. So let's take that out. Take that out. And let's experiment. I'm going to look for a 1x1 that we could use as like a corner. Now we could just use these as our 1x1. Let's give it a try. So put those there. Now this is going to be the issue. You know, what I'm thinking to make this actually work up against that would be, you know, bring this wall in here and then have everything set so there's a little bit of overhang there. I'm not a real fan of that idea though. Because that's just not going to look right. That would allow us to have the room 8x8, but we need to not, I'm guessing what we need to do is not be concerned with that. So I'm going to say, let's do this. Let's create a new board. All right. First, let's start with our slabs. And we're going to make it bigger than where we started at. If you notice, it's not coming in with that stupid shit that we started with the first time. Let's start our build plane here. And we're going to do a 4x4, 32 by 32. So we're starting off with a bigger plane, build plane, bigger zone to work on. Next, let's go ahead and cobble the entire thing. So there's our city. And we're going to just plan on Elfsong being bigger than it is. So that room was 10 by 8. We're going to start ten. So let's start with 10 by 8 and then we'll build from there. And we're going to have to redesign this thing. So that's our 10 by 8. Like I said, I'm not thrilled. I wish there was a 2 by 1 wall. See, this is semi-perfect, but the rest of it doesn't really fit, you know, the corners and everything else that they have here. We'll worry about the corners in a moment. You know what? We better corner it in. All right. Now the issue we'll run into here, this part of the front of the building kind of pulls down. There is no option to do that. So let's see, it goes across 4. So this wall piece, and this corner. So what we need, and it's only supposed to be a little jut down, right? I think we're going to make it a little bigger than that shows. We can't do the angles. It has an angle kind of going like that. Angles aren't a thing in this. We need a door here because that's the entry. So we need a double door, right? Needs to go right here. And the tavern is going to give me problems. That's what I know. All right. So we kind of need this to have a window here. So that means this has to go. That needs to go. So there's our window. Then we need a corner that actually works here. There, that corner works. I feel like we could probably use this corner throughout. You got to keep remembering to hold shift. So that works there. This, let's get rid of that door for the moment. Curious, let's look at our windows. See, those are doors and hatches. Now, I think for windows, you have to actually do a little bit of building there. All right, so that works there. Now we can put our doors up again. And hopefully, there we go. All right, so that's the first floor there. Like I said, we're going to run into a few other issues. I feel like we should have probably laid in stairs first. But let's see how this works. So now, let's start laying in the other parts of the floor plan. So over here we should have 10 by 10 room, a 10 by 10 room, a 10 by 10 room. See, and this is where the problems are going to fall, because every 10 by 10 is divided by a wall. These walls are thick as fuck. I have a feeling we're going to need to push this building back a little bit to make this work. And then 10 by 10 room. So I think what we're going to do to try to compensate is move each one of these back. I think we need a door right there. We do. Now, let's go ahead and start messing with, we need this room here. Should be a 10 by 10 room. It's going to end up being a little bit bigger, just because. So we've got that. And we've got that. Now we need, that. And that. Nope. Oh, that didn't work at all. Does that work? Gives us a little doorway. Gives us an area we can put a table in. It's not, I mean, it's just not big enough. But we're going to keep We're going to go with it. The thing, these 2D maps, when they draw them, I don't really think they take miniatures into account. All right, so now we need steps, and I think the way we did it, the steps will go against this wall here. So that'll work. It's just not going to work there very well. So what we are thinking is, damn it. So we need that there. We need that there. And we need that there. And that gets us to the next level. I feel like if we do this, we can make that work. All right, so that works. Then we're going to need a door here. So I think we need to get rid of this. We need to take this. Get rid of that for the moment. Get rid of that for the moment. Then we need our fireplace. So we're going to need this here. This is a doorway. And we need that there. So we need to set a fireplace there, which means we'll do squares here. That's a window. Is that the only fireplace? Could be. So if that works, we can do this. For some reason I thought that was a fireplace. It's a window. So to make this work, we'll need to do this. Can we spin these? We can. There's our fireplace. And then there's that. So I don't know. What do we think so far? Maybe. Now let's take a look where we need to get some doors and stuff put in. All right, so just outside this room, there's a door coming into a zone here. So we need to pull this out. And we need to not use that. Need to do that. And that. That gets us a door. The door needs to be right here. And then we need this to be here. And we need a single door. This can just be a simple door. Right there. Let's make sure it looks okay. Yeah, it's fine. And that's not going outside. That's why it can be a simple door. Don't know anybody in St. Louis, so hell with them. Now, here's where we have to question some stuff. So this is supposed to be that's supposed to be the room right there. Then we need 1, 2, 3. We'll leave those windows like that. We need squares here. If you hold shift, it merges this thing, which is nice. Let's see. Is this going to work here? So that worked. And then we need a corner. That won't work. That will work. So this room is fucked. We need it to be like this. Or, see, this is where it's going to get goofy. See, for this wall to actually make sense, we really needed this to angle, but it doesn't do that. So, I guess what we need to do, I'm curious, how tall do these things sit? Yeah, we need those to be sitting on something. Be awesome if they had like half squares. so there's that room. And do we still have the space we're supposed to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we lost 1 square. But let's take a look at the furniture. So what they don't have are like sofas, and that's what's supposed to be in here. But that's fine. What we're going to do is this. We'll do chair, chair. And these are the only things that you can put on angles like this, or like furniture assets, stuff like this. And to make this work, we really needed this room to push over a little bit more. Then this wouldn't be in the way of the door. Need like a low-lying table or a coffee table in here. We're not really seeing that. Flipped furniture, which is kind of funny. You know what we could do? If there's a smaller table, and we can't really size these down, can we? We can only do that. Kind of a shame. I'd like to be able to size it down. Variable sizing of assets would be nice. Let's see if it is a thing. These are some big ass tables too. We're going to leave it like that. Like I said, we really needed to build that over a little bit. In fact, we can fix that if we're being honest. We just have to move everything out. So we could go here. Curious if they have chandeliers. Kind of have hanging lanterns. So this is something I can see where, I mean, you're really going to have to plan this stuff out, putting it together. There's no way around it. Oh, you bastard. There we go. All right, so that fixes that, so the size is correct. This can go there. Get rid of that. Put a proper corner piece in here. And then we just need a proper wall. Right there. That looks much better. Much, much, much better. In fact, we could even do this. Oh, we can't make it overlap and point both ways, huh? That's fine. Don't really like that. So I think we're going to get rid of it. We'll see if we can figure something else out for in there. What's going on here? Why won't that drop? What is interfering? Oh, it dropped. Okay. Hopefully, as time goes on, we'll get quicker with this. Otherwise, this is going to be an excruciatingly tedious process. Right, Thor? All right, so we made the room grow a little bit. I think now, let's put the bar in. So what's our room depth now? So we added one more to the depth, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And the original drawing was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Plus the half tiles for the border. All right, so let's start putting the shelves on here. It's got the shelves. We need some barrels. Put those there. So how far over is this door? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So right there. Door. All right, so those are the main things there. We're not going to worry about the tables yet. But we do need to worry about this. And I think we extended it back enough that this should work. I'm hoping. So let's have a look. I tell you what, it's going to be a long build right now, at least the way we're going. First time in 2 years. Oh, shit. Who stood out? I'm guessing in a bad way. I think this is where we're going to see where we screwed up here. So this needs to be a 10 by 10 room, which means that little storeroom is going to be almost non-existent. A tickle film producer. In other words, a pathetic individual. Man, I tell you what, I feel like we need to do this shit where we start off with these little square rooms. This kind of bullshit, and then build from there. This is a learning process. I mean, don't you just love fucking pathetic losers? Yeah, hopefully that's one of those things that like sent up little red flags for you. So I don't like how this didn't turn out square. This is where we tried to make the board look nice, but we didn't build it out big enough. You were 2 years too late. The trailer for the movie. You're gonna have to you're gonna have to let me see that. At this rate, we're never gonna get one of these done. Let's try this again. Fucking people, man. Let's start the build plane down there. In fact, let's start just barely above the water. Doesn't even matter. All right, let's take a look. Party Day Massacre Stories. On Amazon, huh? Let my daughter in. She locked herself out. Nope. Back up. Ugh. Let's see. Two young wild girls decide to throw on a party and invite their male friends over. What a fucking idiot. Too crazy to be true. A party day massacre. Currently unavailable to watch in your location. So I don't think I can even watch the trailer, can I?
You ready for this fucking
But we
party?
can. We're not going to put this on screen.
What happened? Hey, bro, why y'all being so
Oh my god. Uh, yeah, it's just a question of whether you'd make it back from Oregon after they're done. I don't know. Was it Morgoth I used? Let's see. I think it was. So let's try and set this up again. All right. Of course, that's not going to work. I don't think the Morgoth one was the one I used the last time. Might have been. It's all good. $200, yeah. What a bargain. Of course, it's all about them telling all the exposure you're going to get. I'd say we probably went way too big. I'd say you lucked out. You just got to ask yourself how many of those chicks run around telling everybody, oh, look at this. I'm in a movie. We might have gone a little too big. We're so worried about making this thing work. This is going to be the nightmare of 3D mapping, in my opinion. You know, until I perfect it. So that's a 4x4. Eight. 17 across. This is 32 across. There's no way it's going to grow out beyond that. There's no way. None. I say that, and it's probably a horrible lie. The director's a woman. That's who Ox is. Oh, God. It's crazy shit. How does that corner not work? That's what I need to know. Look at that. It doesn't work. So what it needs to do is fit right there, but it doesn't. And I have a feeling it's because these things need to be pointed inside. So you got the pervs coming out the wall. That's what it sounds like. Out of the woodwork. All right. Yeah, that's pretty much what you're going to deal with, though. You're going to deal with jackasses looking to get their rocks off. It was. I did a few shoots with models I picked up off Model Mayhem back in the day, and it was hilarious because it was stuff where I needed work for websites or whatever, and I'd get done shooting, thank them, pay them, that kind of stuff. And they're like, "You're not going to hit on me? You're like the first photographer to never hit on me." I'm like, "I'm fucking married. Why would I do that? I'm not a piece of shit." I mean, I stopped. It's the last shoot I did. It's probably like 8 to 10 years ago. I got a lot of the stuff I would do would be like bridals, weddings, um, boudoir shoots for brides for their husbands, and a bunch of other stuff. And and then some of the times when I would shoot, it would be, I'd need um, reference photos for paintings when I did them, and all the paid work. I got tired of fucking dealing with assholes. Everybody wants you to shoot for nothing. So you have so many stupid motherfuckers that'll buy a kit camera, think it makes them a photographer, and then they'll go out and fucking charge for beer money. Where I've got second and third shooters and all this stuff to take care of when I'm shooting. I, I was not cheap, and I just got tired of arguing with motherfuckers. So it just became not worth it. You know what I mean? So what do I do? 4 by 4, so 32 by 32. This is going to be a skew probably when I do this. And when I would do those kind of shoots, I always paid the models. It wasn't a matter of like these motherfuckers. Oh, you'll get exposure. The motherfucker telling you you'll get exposure doesn't have any fucking money. It's just like that. I think we're going to start about here. And let's do a 10 by 10 room, like starting right down in this corner. And we'll work our way up. So I think we'll start like right here. I mean, I'll be blunt. If I did a shoot for you, I started at 5 grand. I just had my flat fees that I started at, and it went up from there. So, I could afford what I needed as far as models and everything else, as I was usually booked every fucking week. If I was shooting an event or something like that, yeah, you'd pay me 5 grand to come shoot your event, starting at that. And if you weren't willing to write a check, I wouldn't even talk to you. You know what I mean? I mean, at the time, there was a woman here. She started I think hers started at like 10, 15 grand. Yeah. So if we do it that way, right, that'll indicate what we need there. Let's put another outside wall down with a. No, we don't need a window. We need a wall. So let's do another wall here. But like if a model wanted headshots or somebody wanted something like that, then yeah, I'd go an hourly rate, and I wasn't cheap there either. Life's too short to let yourself go for nothing. God damn it. So we're trying to make it so that we have square 10 by 10 rooms. We're close to it. So it's really going to be like 12 by 12. And this is just experimenting right now. So we need to mess with size and everything else. So these rooms are all going to be identically sized. Let's get this one in here. That's the key. I mean, I started shooting back in the film days where, you had to actually know how to do exposures and things like that. Things that most of these jokers with a camera don't fucking know how to do. So I'll show you what we're working on. We're starting on this side because we ended up with these rooms not being square and the same size, right? That's kind of shit that comes with time. You know what I mean? I don't know. I might have told the story before, but I mean, what made me blow up and quit was this stupid fucking bitch wanted her wedding shot on Christmas Day, And I was shit. I don't think I gave myself enough room over here. And you know, didn't want to pay extra for it. So I was just like, tough shit. Nobody else will shoot it. It's like, yeah, it's Christmas motherfucking day. I said, you pay what I need you to pay me so my shooters can come out, my seconds, and, you know, you deal with the fact that I'll be there after I take care of Christmas with the kids. Otherwise, fuck off. And she gave me a bunch of shit. I'm like, look, there's only one chick that I let talk to me like that, and I'm married to her. You're not it. But it really is just a matter. There are too many entitled motherfuckers in the world. And the older I get, the less willing I am to deal with them. So I was just like, you know what? I don't need this shit anymore. I'm done. But it pissed me off when you go out, you work with models, and they're telling you these motherfuckers are acting like jackasses, and it's like, I just can't be like that. Yeah, most of them aren't going to be like that. And you'll be lucky if they're not fucking hitting on you. Because most of them, if we're going to be honest, most of these motherfuckers suck at what they're doing. And they think it's like the dating game. So I need the next wall here. And then the following wall, because we want these rooms all to be equal. So these are all perfectly equal, and then we'll worry about what we'll do over here to fix closing that out. So how many not square rooms do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've got 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right, so here's where we have a minor problem. So this should be an outside wall facing out. And we've got this little bit of crap right there. So let's do this. I mean, I think it just comes down to there just aren't enough people who aren't. What's the nicest way I can put it? Pieces of fucking trash. I don't know. So this is a storage room. It doesn't have to be able to fit a bunch of people. So we're going to make that like that. All right, so that's those rooms. We need to close in, put some wall pieces. I mean, my thing would be always be careful because, you know, there are sociopaths out there that know how to work people. All right, so those are our little nooks where people can sit in the booth. This is our storeroom. I think that'll be fine. I think that's going to be the key to using this damn thing is working around the odd spaces. You know, if you know you've got a bunch of rooms that need to be a set size and that covers, you know, a long part of your building like this is one whole section. I don't care about the storeroom, but these I need the same space for each table and stuff. And then we need more room for storage over here. So I think this is how we're going to work on building these things. It's not because walls take space. So we need to take that into account. So all these builds are going to end up growing. And you know what? That's fine. And today's just get used to this stuff. See, a skilled sociopath wouldn't ask that. All right, so this is going to be the equivalent of those two rooms. And you've got to be careful. There's just too many pieces of shit in the world. So we need this like that, right? Plus a couple of these. 1, 2. Then we need one wall going out this way. so we'll put that one there. We need another wall over here. Go there and there. All right, so that sets up that section. We'll have to tear this wall out, put a door in, but we do we have our windows? Yeah, there's windows. So we've got the windowed zones in. I appreciate that. So I think what we'll do here, how do I want to do this? We'll go there. And then ooh. I'm excited. I think we got this. We got this. So watch. We'll put this here, right? Put that there. We'll put that there. And we'll put that there. Look at that. So that gives us our entryways in, and it works. I mean, it works, right? And then we need this here. We need to take this out, put in this here. Then need to go what, here? Come on. Let's take a look. Yep, that's squared off. That is perfect. All right. I mean, the rooms are going to be a little bit tiny. But it works. And they're actually slightly bigger than how the room started out. So that's crazy. I mean, honestly, if we were going to build this so that table could be in there, you could have all the minis you wanted, we'd probably have to make it like a 15 by 15 room for each of these. Whereas right now it's what, like a 12 and a half by 12 and a half? Having dad there. So now we need to do this little section. So the way they built this was with fucking angles which don't exist. So we need, I just need a door. So this doesn't have to be perfect to what it was. Um, tell you what. I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to make this whole room a little bit bigger. And I'm hoping we gave ourselves enough space. Most of Modern Mayhem don't do English well. Yeah, that's quite possible. All right, so that should be fine there. Now I need, what I'm thinking is this. Shift it. Let's put that there. Well, you know what we can do? This is supposed to have windows by the doors. Watch this. So there, there. That gets our windows. We can put a double door right there. Now the question's going to be, is this going to fuck anything up, what I'm planning to do here? It might mess with the facade there just a little bit. We'll find out. I think it is going to mess with the facade. Well, it didn't really mess with it. All right, so there's that. The next part's going to jut out just a little bit, so we should have enough room for that. So that does make our entry space, again, like 2 squares bigger than it is there. But I think in the long run, it's going to make everything work better. That's my personal belief. What do you think, Thor? He's like, I don't know. I don't know. So that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 going across. This one is 1, 2, 3, 4 going across. That'll actually work out good. And we are deeper going back. It'll be what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Say 12 because this is going to be taken over by walls here. And it should be 8. So, yeah, we're going for bigger is better. Bigger is better. Yeah, exactly. So now we need one, two, three, four, five, six at least across. So let's I tell you what, we're gonna plan this room out here. I think we're gonna do this as 15 feet wide because it makes sense. Five, six. We'll probably end up chopping that down a little bit, but let's see. Let's take that one off. So this is supposed to be six across. We know we're gonna need more than that. But first, let's do this. Then we need some windows across. I think I'm going to do 3 windows across. But we're gonna try to stick to this right here. 1, 2, 3. So that will make the room a little bit bigger. And I tell you, that's kind of what I'm seeing with this is the fact that walls take up volume do mean that your rooms need to be a little bit bigger. And that's fine. It makes the rooms workable. So this is supposed to be a 10-foot room, 10 feet wide by 30 feet long. And we've got like 12 and a half by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 30, 35. So we went up basically 1 square bigger. I think that's just going to be it. Everything needs to be 1 square bigger. I'm not from Texas. I just live here, unfortunately. I'm waiting to see all the crazy people I live around freaking out. They're going to have to do some mental gymnastics now um, over the fact that they just approved, gave final approval to the COVID vaccine. You know, got all these stupid people. It's not even been tested. It's like, yeah, it has been tested. It's been tested really heavily. You're just too stupid to realize that. Hey, Nerd Central, how's it going? I'm messing with it today. I mean, most of my mapping for the most part is done using Dungeon Draft. But I want to experiment with some of these maps. Getting ready to work on your board. What are you going to build? So that's supposed to go down 3. We're gonna have to we're gonna have to mess with this wall a little bit. We're just doing Elf Song Tavern from Avernus as what I would consider an easy starter. I just I just finished mapping out the entirety of Dungeon of the Mad Mage, and that took a little over a year. I don't map daily, so it wasn't a year of mapping daily. We'll just admit that. So that's basically our 10 by 30 room. It should work. I started messing with like dungeon level, level 1 of Mad Mage. That thing is freaking huge. And then I started seeing some ghosting happening. I can't figure where that came from. I used the selection tool in that box. Even after I deleted, I'd go back in, come back in, and there's still the ghost of the box sitting there. It won't go away. So I'm going to figure out what's making that happen. All right, so this will be, I think, so that needs to be, I, oh shit. I know what I did. I didn't pull that back in. I got to delete all of this. And I'm not going to use that selection box because I don't need a freaking ghost box showing up again. All right, I'm going to get out of this one. We don't want to mess this up. So let's do this. Exit the menu. All right, so here's the first thing. This thing decided to just show up. I had a character, I had the mini sitting there. I turned on the torch, moved him, and now I've got a column of darkness. So I guess there was a drow that cast a little mini darkness spell there. But I don't know where the hell that came from or why it's there, but it's there. And it won't go away. You know, it doesn't matter if I go in here, you know, what the hell is this? Yeah. So I have no idea why that's sitting there. So that doesn't help. I mean, it's showing volume right there. So out of build mode. I assume I'm out of build mode now. I mean, I can't even select it. I mean, I hit B, I'm back in build mode. Won't let me select it. Let's put this tile back. That's a good question. That hide volume's gotten me in a lot of trouble. So I've got that there. I delete, doesn't go away. I mean, it's obviously here, but it's not here. If that makes sense. I mean, there it is. We've selected it. It's sitting inside of that. I mean, it's well inside of it. So we can't delete it that way. Let's try let's try this. Create hide volume. So, I mean, we can't select it. I can't hide volume it. So there I've got a hide volume there, right? So let's get out of this, and it's still there. And like I said, that's where a dude was sitting with a torch. Let's see if we can make it happen again. Where'd my dude go? And this is the other thing that might have caused it. So I did this. I did hide, right? Then I went in here. Ooh, hold on. Where'd that go? Where did it go? See, now he's not revealing anymore. We'll hide him. Reveal him. So he's just not coming out of that at all. Oh, he's in the hide volume. That's right. I need to get rid of the hide volume. Let's put him over here. There he is. So it was like I did this combination. I did torch, then I did hide, right? Then I came in, I revealed him, and that's when it showed up. It's not going to do it now, but it's obviously there. It's never going away. Hey, Hollow Fox. So yeah, that's crazy. And then I had another where I had done a selection and remove stuff, and it's leaving the big black box there. It does look like a Fog of War box, but why? And how would I get rid of it? All right, so let's see what the Fog of War keybind is. Do I need to set a Fog of War keybind? Let's just set it here. And let's set that there. How about that? All right, so mouse is over it. Oh my God. How did Fog of War even get there? That's what I want to know. Thank you. That is insane. Oh, and look, I have this thing over here. Is this another Fog of War? Let's see. No, this is just a big box that's sitting there. I had some map that I had put over here, and then I selected it and got rid of it, and it's just staying there. So this isn't, you can even tell it's kind of like there's the block where for the volume or whatever, but this is not going away. But yeah, I've had these pop up on maps on a couple of them, and I've deleted them because they are persistent and won't go away. But again, we're doing the Fog of War keybind there. So this is that a hide volume? See, I'm selecting the area and it's not doing anything. See, I'm pretty sure what I had done, like I said, was there was a thing over here I needed to get rid of. I did that. I deleted it, and this thing just stayed. And that's down on the level that I think, built a little dip over there. So I don't know what is going on. Now it went away. What the fucking hell? You know what? I'm just clueless. Oh my god. But yeah, that was I, I'm messing with, and this map is probably going to be way too big. I'm curious if it's going to run into stuff like pixel limits on like my 2012 Mac users who can't see a map over 8,192 pixels in any, in any direction, or what's going to happen. Maybe because they have to own the interface, it'll make a difference, but it's going to be a while before I actually try to utilize this in game instead of running like Foundry. Because my players, especially, seriously need. Hey, how's it going? How's it going, Cassie? My players seriously need their character sheets and every little prompt they can get that helps them. Really, that's a good thing. Your book just got accepted? That's cool. What is your book about? Nerd Central. Thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. Hello, Fox. Thank you for the follow. Greatly appreciated. Hope you are having an awesome day. That is an emoji explosion. All right, so I need to. This is where we need that room to be. So I want to say this wall needs to go across here. Let's get this wall built in first. I was going to mess with, oh my God, I was going to mess with that first level, but it is so freaking huge. I didn't want to map that thing out. A drow in his life in a fantasy world and how to make kids. uh, that sounds wrong on so many levels. But I love drow, so it's all good. You know that. Well, thank you for the help. I'll remember to mess with the hide volumes next time in Fog of War. Even though I have no idea how Fog of War got in there. I mean, are you familiar with the Mad Mage maps? I'm gonna pull one up that I made in Dungeon Draft. They're obscene. Like I said, it was like last June or July I started mapping Mad Mage. I do it once or twice a week, almost always on Wednesdays, for like anywhere from a 4 to 8 hour stream, depending on time I have. And then I do a good bit of the prep work and shit like that offline. And sometimes I'll actually do some of the work online. But here, let's look at which one do I want to look at? Let's look at Mad Goth. This one I think would be fun to. No, not Mad Goth. This is the one I'm thinking of. Wyrell's Gauntlet. This would be fun to do because of the multiple levels. You know, placing like this level on top of the I keep hitting the wrong damn thing. Let's just do this. Oh, because it's going in Irfan view. It didn't go in program it'll usually go in. But I mean, these are 10-foot squares. So, you know, you've got to go in there and adjust it down. And this map is 120 high by 89 wide, and these are 100 pixels. So I'm gonna have to go in and turn these into 50 pixel squares. Um, oh, it'll take forever to freaking build. Plus, you've got the multiple levels, so you got to calculate those out. You got to calculate your water level for the river down there. So I mean, you're gonna have multiple build levels to worry about. But the nice thing will be, like in Foundry, I use multi-level tokens, an add-on, and when they step on the steps, it'll teleport them upstairs or downstairs, depending where they're going. So that makes it easier than throwing them across the board like I used to. But I've had to be real careful with these maps because if I did them where I converted these tens into 5 foot squares, my Mac players can't see the maps. They get the 8192 pixel limit warning on their screen and they can't do anything. So I think it's mostly because Macs suck. And if anybody's a Mac user, that's fine. I just don't like Macs. Um, I'm going to be honest. I don't like Macs. So we need this to be here. I think I've offset this a little more than I needed to. Let's see what I did. It was funny because I used to use Fantasy Grounds, right? All right, Nerd Central. You've been working on yours for 4 months. Yeah, I figure this will take a couple of days to do Elf Song Tavern. Now, is it true? I've seen that. Does this program have issues with Mac players? So I think what I'm gonna do, I need to bring, I need to bring this wall across here, and then I'll have the room starting directly opposite that. So let's make these walls. Because if, I'll be honest, if my players have to do something like run wine or anything like that to make something run, it's not going to happen. They are technologically challenged. Let's just put it that way. So that's my other concern. I mean, I don't care about stuff like, you know, the dumb complaints that I see are people going, "Oh, if my players have to buy a copy, I'm not going to do it," and all this kind of stuff. And it's just like it's a stupid argument. I mean, that's as nicely as I can put it. It's a really dumb argument. Um, and the reason it's a dumb argument is, do we want to have something like Talespire when it is eventually no longer in beta and it's all working and everybody's being able to do their thing? Do you want it where for the DM to be able to run it and the players play for free? Do we want to go the route that we have with things like Fantasy Grounds, where everyone either pays 25 for a copy or the DM pays $150 for a copy, and then everybody else can play for free? I'm going to make this room bigger. Um, I just don't see that being an awesome option. That's my opinion. And I'm pretty sure there are plenty of DMs out there that would be really bent out of shape if that became how that had to be used. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. It's a little bigger, but it will be a more manageable room. What is your pork spire mod? What did I do here? All right. So this is problematic here. Let's get rid of that. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. I have an idea. I have an idea. There we go. Pokemon import. Oh, Pokespire. I saw Pork Spire. I must be thinking about like pulled pork on the smoker or something. If you watch me enough, you'll learn that I'm all about smoking meat on the smoker. So that'd be one, two, three, four, five, six. I tell you what we're gonna do. I tell you what we're gonna do. we're going to do this. Then we're going to do this. Think, you know what I think I want to do is like here, here, and here, and maybe extend the room out a little bit. Thor, you are a whiny little boy. What's the matter? No, I'm telling you, your mama's not going to give you anything. She's just not. He thinks there's free food out there. He is mistaken. What's your problem? You're a very, very pathetic young man. We love you anyway. I know I've seen mods that pique my interest, like the one that does let you. What? Oh, stop. Nope, nope, nope. You're going to rip this out of my ear and you're going to hurt me. Let me get rid of him. He's being bad. I'll be right back. Go bother your mama. Go on. Go have fun. See, I'm pretty sure mama was making lunch, and that means he thinks he's getting something. You know, I can't break it. Well, I could break it to him, but mama's not going to share. I think I'm going to do this. Let's get rid of that. And then that means over here we'll need to do the same thing because we want this room to be even. Do that, and then we'll add the corners. The Elf Song Tavern is growing. That's why we decided to make a big base. I'm also used to hitting that control key when I'm in the other program to do some work, and that's not doing me any good. But yeah, I'm going to need to get a group together so I can experiment. So we need to be like right here with that window because it's directly across from the other window. So we need window, window. Oh, there's no window there. There's a fireplace. So that takes care of that. I think we need to kill these. Put that there. Put this here. And then we'll figure out our walls. So yeah, that's directly across. Honestly, I feel like with this, because of the miniatures and everything, you are much better off having a bigger map. That's the impression that I get. Loki, are you digging for gold, buddy? So we'll do that. We need a door. Need another wall piece. So that was very helpful having them come in. I do appreciate that. Because we were in trouble. So you're only going to get the Loki cam because Thor is off being a bum. Because Thor is a bum. Let's see if we can find Lokester. Oh, there's that. Oh, look at him. He's hiding under the tripod. My green screen's going to go if he moves. But yeah, Ash, it sounds like you've had some strange motherfuckers contacting you. That's just, I mean, that is the bane. Let's be honest. It is the bane of being on something like Model Mayhem. And it's the bane whether you're, you know, whether you're a shooter or what, you're always going to be dealing with some stupid shit. My favorite was always, these egomaniacs. Hey, Tiny, how's it going? You deal with these egomaniacs who are like, "Oh, you'll get exposure," and it's like, doesn't mean shit to me. Does exposure pay the bills? Dog pill. How have you been, Tiny? As you can see, we're messing with our 3D mapping program we decided to fuck with. We bought it this weekend for 25 bucks. Which, I mean, for 25 bucks, it's fucking awesome. But the nice thing will be once this is all built, we'll have steps. They'll be able to go up level to level, see everything. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you. So like these are the possible tokens right now. This is all included for $25. So let's get out of building mode. And there's our barbarian. So it's just like sitting at the table using miniatures. And if there's another guy here, now, the only issue that I've got is, you know, combat doesn't really work. It kind of works, but like if you have that selected, you can attack. You'll indicate who you're attacking. If you're doing spell cast, obviously everything isn't magic missile, but you can say who you're attacking. It doesn't resolve anything. Now you can, you know, do this and roll, But again, it's just going to give you your roll. So it's not 100% game ready, but it'll be nice to play with once it is. I've seen one mod that, oh, what is it called? It allows you to go in and, on Chrome, there's a Chrome browser thing that you can click and do your roles and have them show up for attacks and stuff like that. But you're still going to have to, because it doesn't resolve inside of that. Yeah, the plugins. Beyond the Spire, that's right. So it doesn't resolve. So you're going to have to sit there, and the DM will have to track stats, is what I believe. You can correct me if I'm wrong, HoloFox. But, you know, if it gets to where character sheets and stuff are able to be pulled in, um, somehow, even if it's Chrome add-on, Chrome extension, um, I'll consider it. I mean, people did it for years that way on Roll20, where you did a Chrome extension. Well, I mean, right now I'm pretty sure that what they're working on is getting this out of beta and slowly adding stuff. Um, like I said, I'm not going to complain at all. Yeah, plus you have to go to Pittsburgh. So, you know, your your time has no value to those people, and those people I won't work with. I'm funny that way. I'm going to kill him. So that's why right now I'm only messing with maps that maybe down the road I'll end up playing with, but I'm experimenting with features. So, and I'm nowhere near the skill level of some of these other people that I see. I mean, there's some people that make some really freaking awesome maps in this. But with practice, we'll see. I will also get lazy once in a while. Um, who's the dude that does all the freaking, here it is, Istalri Astra. So here, I'm going to pull this over on
Hello
screen.
everyone, and welcome back to
Let's
this
let's see a dude that
seventh
makes some
video of the
awesome
tutorial
maps.
series on building tips on.
And I'm curious how long this guy's been doing it, because he really makes some cool shit. So, let's see.
I need
Let's see if we can
assets.
zoom out. This is just him
To
building,
be
but I know he's got yeah, he really worries about his details. I want to look at the playlist and we'll pull something up. Actual play, his tile sets. That's what you look at. Desert Village. Let's find something that looks cool. Oh, that's just tile sets. There we go. Minute 9 seconds. This will show you one of his builds. I don't even want to think about the amount of time it took to build this. Actually, I don't know. HoloFox, does it work on Mac? Or does somebody have to use like Wine or something like that? I mean, that's his Talespire thing right there that he built. You're going to see the building? I mean, he is ultra detailed in his shit, let's be honest. You despise Mac? My issue with Mac has just been like my players that have so much trouble actually, getting in. But I think it's just level of technical ability that causes the issue, you know what I mean? So, I mean, here's a building. And it's kind of cool as you zoom in, like the levels will go ahead and pull away so people will be able to see.
With desk, bed, come here. There's a table, a chimney here, so we can do probably
Yeah, he
fireplace
does
here.
a lot of detail work.
Chimney just on top.
One already has a comment. Somebody's just been waiting. A lot of pervs out there. So we've already blown up the size of this room. This was a 10 by 8, and I know we're bigger. But bigger is better. Hey, how's it going? Voivode Kahutek. Hope you're having an awesome day today. So what did we do here? Yeah, we just dropped walls. So I need a wall on here, right there. This is all, I'm going to be blunt. This is Tal's fault. He kept talking about this, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to check it out. And then I saw it, and I'm like, this is going to be terrible because I'm going to spend so much time building shit. We want to take this outside. So we want the room to be the right size. Take a look. Where do I want my door? See, the entryway, they always build it so it's in between these squares. I'm not a fan of that. So we're going to do the door here. You don't have the time to get into it right now. Fortunately, I have the time since I'm going to be doing something in stream anyway, and I'm like, you know what? Let's mess with this and have some fun. there a corner that we can use there? Yes, there is. Maybe not. Let's take a look. Yeah, that's going to force it there. So I think what we'll do, we're going to have some overlap here if it lets me do it. We'll do that there. See, the issue here is we don't have the ability to do what we did there. And it doesn't look like it's going to let me do partials with this like that. It's going to force the walls to snap. What about this? This I can place anywhere, so that takes care of the corner. Good deal. See, last week we finished our year of mapping Mad Mage. I still have to upload the last 3 maps that I did, which I will if anybody wants to use them. But we finally finished it. And I bought this weekend to mess with it. And I was just like, you know what? Let's mess with it. I don't plan to use. And I even told, I sent something out, let my party take a look at this. I'm like, take a look at this. It looks really cool. I don't plan to change anytime soon. And I made it really clear. So I don't want them panicking, going, oh my God, he's going to change. I'm not. I'm not going to do it. But I do want to play with it and see if we can get some shit done that looks cool. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, right now it snaps, so you have to work within those parameters. I mean, like I said, if we look the channel I was just looking at, the guy makes some awesome shit, and he does workarounds to make everything look nice. You just got to be willing, I guess, to put the work in. All right, so like this, the steps here are going to be a minor problem. It might be a major problem. I think what we're going to do is this. We're going to kick this over there. We're going to kick this here. We'll kick this over one. I mean, considering, when we used to play in person, my maps would be like quickly drawn, shitty maps. In fact, now we can get rid of that and put a 2 down, a twofer. I can deal with having to do a little bit of adjustment. You know what I mean? In fact, here you go. We don't need that corner anymore. So that room's going to be a little bigger. The people they really like here at the tavern will let them use the big room. All right, so we need steps to go up. And I know that we're going to have a small issue here because we have that edging going around. But we fixed that earlier with a real simple step. Because we started doing this one earlier and then I restarted it. I hate when it goes off plane. So we'll put that there. And that resolves the little, that's a tiny issue. They're just tiny little things. And normally I would let this kind of stuff bother me, but I'm not going to. I mean, the idea that we'll be able to I mean, my players really love playing with minis. And if it gets to where we'll be able to use this like this, oh my God, they're going to be like, oh my God, this is awesome. It'll be crazy. I wonder if there's a railing. Probably not. Nope, just a rail, like a train track rail. That's fine. All right, so let's flip around here to the back because I think we need the door right here. So we're going to get rid of that. We're going to what just happened? But yeah, I mean, the way I see it, the little things like that, they're not really, it's not going to bother me that much. If I can still make a map that looks nice, then I can live with it. All right, so that takes care of that. Then we need to replace, I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to pull both these wall pieces out. We're going to put the fireplace in the middle. Right there. Then go there and there. Then we just need the wall pieces. And you got to dig like the fire effects and stuff like that in here. No thank you, Scam Likely. I mean, let's face it. We learn to live within the constraints of any mapping program we have. I mean, there are constraints in um, Dungeon Draft, but none of those constraints are so heinous that I'm like, man, I can't use that anymore. So we're good with it. All right. So we're going to put two windows in the middle here. Then we need a corner piece. Just a regular corner piece, I believe. So my daughter started her first day of college today. We'll see how that goes. She always has anxiety over everything. So she was having anxiety, and I'm just like, it's school. You'll be fine. My son starts his PhD program today. He had graduated what December 2019, and then COVID hit. Had a hard time getting a job. I've been pestering him to at least take the GREs and stuff like that. Um, he finally did it, and he's going back to school after what, a year and a half off, something like that. So he's got he's got 4 years for his PhD. He's getting a PhD in biomedical statistics. That's basically the geeks that work with the doctors and stuff. They crunch the numbers to figure the statistics for their studies and stuff like that. So that's what he'll be doing. He got his degree in mathematics and decided to do that. It was crazy. It was like pulling teeth getting him to see. We didn't center this up well, but that's fine. Getting him to do it, and I'm glad he's finally going to start doing something. You know what I mean? And you know what? I said the geeks, and I was a science. I was a STEM major. You know, that's just the way it is. And I encourage both of my kids, get your freaking degree. Make sure. Biggest thing with both of them, and my son doesn't listen, but to tell that is telling them, make sure you do something that's going to make you happy. Don't choose your career based on income potential. Because I've known too many people. They made that massive mistake. They made their entire school choice everything over how much money am I going to be able to make, and then they end up being absolutely miserable at what they're doing, and that is no way to live. You've got to be happy with what you're doing for the rest of your life, because it's for the rest of your life. Oops, I keep hitting the wrong damn button. And I tell you what, if my kids, either of them, would have been like, well, I don't know what I want to do. If they wanted to take time off before going to college, I wouldn't have cared. I'd rather they know what they want to do than spend like 20 years in freaking school not making a decision and then have to start over on a major. All right, so this is technically like halfway through here, this door. I think we're going to make the bar a little bigger because we can, because this room is much bigger than the map started out as. So I am going to wipe this out. I'm going to wipe this out. I'm going to put the door probably here. And then that'll let me take the bar like from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and over. Um, and the door can be there. But I think that was my son's biggest issue. He was more worried about he started to pick his major by looking at potential incomes. And I'm like, that's fucking stupid way to do it. You know, he was gonna do what was his first thing he had because it was like number one was like petroleum engineering. And I'm like, I don't think you're gonna be digging that, especially if you're like out in the oil fields and stuff like that. And he didn't want to listen to that. And what kept him from doing that is he had one bad physics teacher. And he's like, I hate physics. And I'm like, son, just give it a chance because I double majored in biology and physics. I love both of them. Um, I just ended up taking a different path. I did that stuff after I did other stuff, and then I ended up still taking a different path in life. And you know, I'm like, you need to not pick based on, wow, this has the most income potential. You need to pick based on, am I going to be a happy human being? And I don't think that was part of his decision making process. And then after the bad physics professor, um, he jumped on the actuarial train. I think I'm going to take the bar down this way. But I mean, I've run into so many people in life who are miserable because, that was their decision making process. What will make me the most money? And then they're just miserable. Yes, money is important, but it should not be what you base that decision on. It's like the doctors who, they went into it because they wanted to make money. There's a good chance you probably don't really want them cutting you. I mean, we had a friend. She was an oncology nurse forever, and I guess on the plus side, what's the best way that I can describe her? Not shit. Not the most caring individual in the world. Um, so I don't know. Maybe it wasn't the best career choice. You know what I mean? Did you get it on the sale this weekend that was going on? See, I have um, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and I ended up picking up the Ultimate Edition because instead of $100, it was like 20. So I might end up playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey too. I know that'll make Tiny happy, especially since I'll play as Cassandra again. It can be, but I mean, even in her personal relationships, she was, like I said, not the most compassionate person I ever met. Let's see. This thing is not wanting to drop. There we go. You know what? We're going to let them be askew. It's going to bother me, but it's fine. I mean, I figured it was a great deal. So I was just like, fuck it, I'm getting that thing. All right, so let's see what else they're showing here. Whew. They don't have sofas, and that's bothering me. All right, so I think we need like an oven. Let's see, is there kitchen? Furniture, chair, bed, shelf, flipped, merchant, food and drink, dinnerware, traps and treasures, crafting, containers. Yeah, I can see that. That would be ooh, what is this? I know we don't need it. It's a forge. I'm happy about that. I like putting forges in the shit. They got some cool smithy stuff. You know what? You know what else I really like about this? The fact that all of this stuff. Well, that's a nice fireplace. Comes with it, and they keep adding more assets over time. I mean, eventually, once this thing's out of beta, you know you're going to have to go ahead and buy new assets and stuff. But in the meantime, um, you know, there is no doubt that you are able to get a lot of nice assets. And if you're willing to sit down and composite stuff, create some cool shit out of it. I'm trying to find if there's an oven, or do we just throw another fireplace thing back there? Or do we get rid of that fireplace we put over there and use this as our cooking zone? This could be our cooking zone. You know what? I think it's going to be. So let's put this here. Let's get rid of that. Then let's get rid of this. Let's take a look at that fireplace. Creepy fireplace. Cool. I know there's a way to drop stuff down here. I need to check and figure that out. So we need that. We need a wall. And we need a creepy fireplace. That works. I mean, we could have left the other one there. I mean, they're including a lot of stuff, you know, off the bat. So I'm going to move the door because I'm not happy with that location. I think we're going to put it here. Let's get rid of that. I mean, there is a lot you can do with this. I'm happier with that door being there. Granted, we could have used that as a fireplace, which would be nice for the inn, but we're not doing that. All right. Furniture. So it looks like this is like a food prep table, and this thing's already got a lot of that on there. So let's drop that right there. Then we need shelves. this wall is shelf lined. Tell you what, this is what'll drive me crazy. Let's put it here. Let's zoom in and see how that looks. Make sure it looks like it's attached to the wall. It does. All right. So we need to throw some stuff on the shelves. We could also, tell you what, we could put empty shelves and then fill them. Are we going to be that energetic? I don't think we are. And we need a pile of barrels down there. What happened here? Why is that doing that? That's kind of weird. There it is. All right, then we need a prep table in the middle. We're going to put a couple of prep tables. How about that? And we need a bunch of kegs. Wonder, can we flip these? That'll work. Let me answer this. Sorry about that. No, stream isn't broken. What the fuck just happened there? Green screen's broken. What the hell? Oh, I'm on the wrong one. That's what the hell. Did I not put that on? I did not. There we go. Now he's hemming and hawing because books. He hates he hates digital textbooks. And then, textbooks are not cheap. So he's like, well, I can get them on Amazon, but I don't like I don't trust the sellers because of the names. And I'm just like, well, son, you know, you got to think, when do you need them? Because also the sellers won't get them to him, so he can start reading and studying before his next class. And I'm just like, you need to figure, when do you have to have them by, and what's your best price? I mean, I'm we're at the point now where dad's not buying textbooks, so he's got to be happy with his purchase. You know what I mean? I mean, he's in a graduate school program, and they're actually, his tuition's paid for. He's got a scholarship for, I think, like 500 a year for his textbooks, and they're also paying him $30,000 a year. So he's got a stipend since he'll be doing research stuff. So I'm just like, get whatever you're comfortable with. He doesn't really like getting that answer. Tell you what, I don't know what my kids are going to do, if something ever actually happens to me, and I'm not here to answer their questions. They're not going to survive. Ooh, do we have any small containers? That's not small. You know what? I kind of have an idea. Instead of shelves, do we have some crates filled with food maybe? Too big. Got little teeny tiny crates. That's better. I like that better. Now we'll call that done. All right, now Start setting some tables and stuff down. All right, so we need a table here. Table there. Table here. Table here. Chairs. I need some bar stools. All right, what else do we have? So I'm curious if we can create a couch. I'm not that curious. Oh, I have to get the dogs. They're fighting while the wife is in a meeting. I lied. I'm not actually bribing you. I'm petting you. That's your bribe. You got petted. Silly dogs. All right. Let's look at tavern and see if there's any pre-furnished. There's not. So I guess once we kind of finish this first floor, we'll need to put a ceiling in and then go up to the next floor. Yeah, I'll have to take a look and see how people are coming up with creating couches, other assets, stuff like that. Technically, this has little table here in the middle. So I think what I would do is maybe turn it into a coffee table. So chop it down like that. Put it there. Move that chair. Move that chair. All right, so what do we have here? some barrels in storage. Not a lot of baskets there, huh? There's the storage. We're going to call that level mostly done. Not perfect, not gorgeous or anything, but it works. So I think what we'll end up doing is chopping off some of this back. Let's see. God, I'm afraid to do it. Let's give it a try. Oh, seriously? Look at that. That was a cluster. There we go. So that gives us our base for our building. And that level we'll call completed. So let's do this. I think the next thing we want to do is set up our floor for the next level. You don't hear anything? Probably because I'm not talking. Trying to think of what we're going to do now. So I think. Oh, what are we going to do? Let's put a dude down. Is he standing on the table, table dancing? Yes, he is. A POV photo shoot. Man, you're getting all kinds. So, trying to figure out what's going on here. So, like right over this area, I'm assuming it's like a overhang because you kind of see roof here, and then this like it's covered. So maybe there's a patio or something out there. I don't know. We'll have to figure that out later. So I don't know if we're gonna mess with this tomorrow or wait and mess with it again on Wednesday. Um, we did get one complete floor done for the tavern. Um, let's get rid of the. So it doesn't look bad. I think the next thing we need to do is add some lighting in here. So let's take a look real quick at lighting. What kind of lanterns do we have? Do we want torches, braziers? do we want to go like that? Give it like a moody atmosphere. Helps if they're attached to the wall, doesn't it? So now we got to figure out how we'll light in here. I mean, right now it's a matter of we've got the fireplace working there. That's the only lighting in the room. Um, I mean, I suppose, but this is not going to do exactly what we really need it to do. So, I mean, if we dropped lanterns in here, that's not going to take care of our lighting issues. Um, I think there is. I think there is a menu here for lighting. Let's take a look. Boards, campaign settings, atmosphere settings. And I think, unfortunately, these atmosphere settings are like everywhere. So I'm guessing our options are going to be somewhat limited. And we can do that in these rooms, right? Hey, how's it going? We're just trying to light this zone now a little bit. Light up the space, hide volumes to hide flames. Let's get rid of our guy here. We were testing him on the steps, so we still have to do the second level of this. Well, I mean, what I'm trying to do is light this. This should have like overhead lights. I'm trying to figure out how to do that and light the zone. So you're saying we can put like stuff in here and hide it and it'll still light, but won't it make it so you're not seeing that portion of the map? See, I was trying to hang these things up there. Oops. Hope we didn't screw something up. Oody, thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. See, I'm almost thinking if we can mount a few of these, that would work too. Ugh. Let's, where the hell did it go? Now, why does that not go away when we start moving in? I guess in build mode we have to do this. There we go. I think I'm going to get rid of this. Let's try that. So wonder what that's going to do. I think what we're going to do is this. Put that on the wall there. Put that on the wall there. Press N. Now, it does make a big difference. That I didn't know would happen. What did I just move? Oh, shit. We just made a hole. Yeah. You can see through. All right. So let's take a look here. Get that one on the wall properly. This one now is right. I think we're going to tell you what I'm going to do. Everybody's having a candlelit booze fest in here. About that. And let's be honest, a lot of this space characters really shouldn't even be going into. But I think that'll take care of lighting the room enough. And then back here, let's do the same thing. Yeah. This is like my first day really messing with this. I goofed with it this weekend a little bit. And decided to come in and see if we could make Elfsong Tavern. Because that's a small build. Like I was telling somebody earlier, most of my mapping has been done using Dungeon Draft, so I could throw it in the Foundry. And that's served me well because I do like using Foundry. And I admit I probably won't be making any VTT changes for a while. And my group is finally comfortable. But I use Dungeon Draft for my Foundry mapping. I just finished off the entirety of Dungeon of the Mad Mage, so I decided to come in. I wanted something small rather than try to go in and do like an entire Mad Mage level, because that's going to be god awful. But I think that'll take care of lighting in there. You know, we can probably throw one more light in. Keep saying, oh, we're done with that, but we'll put another light in. Don't want anybody chopping their hands off in the food prep area, do we? Especially if they're litigious. All right, so everything is semi-lit. I need to see if there's an asset like a head, because I know like this is supposed to have right there dragon's head on the wall. But I don't see any trophies. So I'm thinking that's not a thing. So first level we'll say is done. Miscellaneous exterior props. Let's take a look. It's like a gargoyle, right? I guess we could put that right there and get rid of the light. So let's get rid of that light. 2 over from that. Decor maybe. So that's castle, statue, house. Oh, I need an actual dragon's head. So So I'm thinking we can do this. Left of the egg. Yeah, this. Let's see. Boy, you are being persnickety here. Take the level down. Go there. Hold on. Let's get out of that. Let's zoom out a little. Oh, I see. I think I'm going to leave it like this. I can live with that. Just make sure it didn't protrude through too much. And I'm worried about this, and they'll never go in this room probably. My group kills me. All right, so that's level 1 done. Not super pleased with this. Yeah. I mean, that's what they're going to do. Never open the door. Pretty sure they do that just to drive you crazy. Like in Dungeon Draft, I'll fill a room with all this stuff and then they don't even go in. All right. What's going on with that floor piece there? Looks like it's askew. It was. Looks like this one's a little askew too. What I'm not totally thrilled with is how the steps are going to have that big jump there, but I don't know that there's anything I can do about that. All right, so I'm curious. How long did it take for us to do one floor of a tiny map? Lift your stairs so top meets second floor, then sink another step at the bottom. Are you able to actually do that? So then put that there. Hold on. And then will it go like that? What do you mean lift it all? Oh, I think I know what you're saying. So lift that. Put one there. Lift the landing. Lift that. And then put one there. Didn't pull out, did it? Oh, it's not going to let me skew it forward, though, is it? Like that? Put the stair and the floor tile in front of that. So, okay. So like that. And then that takes care of that. Now let's take a look. So that's better. Now it doesn't have a big jump. That works. Thank you very much. Stairs are a little bit of a pain in the butt. All right, so let me take a look here. Man, I've been on forever. 6 hours? 6 hours to get this one floor done. Well, probably about 5 hours because I had some weird issues happen, started again, redid the board, started again. I've had a couple of false starts, um, but now we're good. And we set this up so that, this is setting on a platform. So that does allow us room to put those steps underneath like that. And nobody's ever going to see it. So tomorrow I was going to play Elder Scrolls. I think tomorrow we're going to work on the second floor on this thing. So we'll start building the second floor on this tomorrow, and see how that goes. Yeah, a lot of it is learning. I messed with the tool. I'll be honest, I did mess with it a little bit over the last couple of days, like an hour or two at a time, and I was watching oh, who's the dude's name? I pulled his video up earlier. There's a French gentleman that makes some awesome looking freaking maps. So I was watching some of his content. Um, yeah, that guy. And he does some awesome looking builds. All right, let's put that there and this here. What's that? Are you trying to put a link in or something? Here, let me take care of this real quick and you'll be able to do a link. Freaking Strad. Yeah, it looks very nice. What always, I tell you what, even when I'm doing like dungeon draft stuff like that, what will always make me end up, once I've got the tool down pat, what'll spend tons of my time is the details. So the details are what'll kill me. I tell you what, that's also something I love about this. You can like copy paste the link in and pull stuff in, but I'm going to admit I really enjoy building stuff and mapping. Let's do this. So I'll end up making all my stuff once I get comfortable with this. There's the Abbey basement. Let's see if we can peel some layers away here. Yeah, We really have a lot of getting used to do with this. Trying to get it to peel. Let's do this. I think that was my issue. There we go. I still remember playing through this. Actually running it, not playing through it. I never get to play. Tis the curse of being perpetual DM. The one thing I am finding is I need to grow the rooms out from like the way they're drawn, just so that combat is workable inside of them. I mean, it's like they draw these maps and they don't have any common sense about them. And the fact that walls have volume, you have to grow the rooms. That's what I ended up doing with the one that I'm working on is, these rooms were nowhere near as big as what I ended up making here. So, I started thinking about where will the minis fit and how will they be able to use these rooms. So I grew the main room I know they'll be in. The rooms upstairs grew some of these where they may go. And let's face it, they shouldn't be going back in the kitchen help area unless they're not going to pay their bill. I mean, there are a lot of places they shouldn't go. Maybe down here they'd go, but I'm going to just start growing the rooms and all the builds so that miniatures will be able to fit on these things. Um, and then, yep. So that's why, I mean, I really did grow. This should have been, I think, 8 by 10, and now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and it's wider here. So, and what I started off with was these rooms because I wanted them all to be square. So worked those and then worked my way out. And I think that's probably the strategy I'm going to use for a lot of these things. If I can find something where I've got a whole bunch of rooms that have size that I need, work with those, and then finish off the building. Now I think I started messing with. Need to double wall them. Yeah, that sucks. It would be nice if they get to where Fog of War works. Because, I mean, where's the one I was working on? this is where my wife went out yesterday. I spent like an hour or two because I wanted to see what I would need to do for something like level 1 of Mad Mage. I mean, I've done all 23 levels in Dungeon Draft over the last year. Um, I may mess with making those, but it comes down to, do I want to spend the time? Because those things are massive. They are absolutely ridiculous rooms. Or, can't even say rooms. They're ridiculous maps. If you adjust it to, excuse me, I'm terribly sorry. If you adjust it to 5 foot square grids instead of the 10 foot square grids that you have in on the map that's drawn, like the most of the maps that I do cap out at like 8,000 on height. It would be a 16,000 pixel map, which is huge and undoable with with computers that have 8,192 pixel limits, stuff like that. You need, when you're using Dungeon Draft to make your maps, you have to look at what your players have, whether they're going to be able to play or not. Um, so with this, I'm going to have to start thinking along the lines of, as drawn, do the characters' miniatures have room to move? Um, so it's kind of crazy everything you have to worry about in there. But let's see. I mean, I was thinking about messing with Willowwood from that, which has river, multiple levels, caves, all kinds of stuff. Um, but I wanted to look at this thing and start building it out. And one of the issues that I saw that it's going to have is you can't have angled walls, because like this, it's supposed to have an angled wall going from here to here, here to here, here to here, and here to here. So I decided to just square it off and make it that way. Hopefully they'll give us the option to do angles without, dropping rocks in and building it up like that. But I started measuring this out and laying out the map yesterday just to see how it'll look. And exactly. I mean, it's ridiculous. So, I mean, you really need to, I'd say with mapping with this, you probably need to look at the adventure, read through what's populating some of these areas, and then if it's ridiculous and not playable, you're going to need to expand the room and make it bigger. And then everything else is going to grow because of that. Um, but there's so many rooms like that where you look at a room and they're more more enemies than you have squares in the room, and you're like, what kind of idiot designed this? And you know the answer, but it just infuriates you when you start messing with that. Um, I think I will probably end up doing the entirety of this map, but I'll do it a little at a time and slowly figure out how I want to build around some of the obstacles that are in here. And like some of these things, I put a door inside of a panel there for the secret door. I need to switch the door so that I can just pop the panel off. I actually have it correct here where they won't be able to see it. But I'm trying to think of workarounds that'll make things like that work, because this dungeon is so full of secret doors and stuff. You've you've got to be able to hide them from your players. So I figured out yesterday, hide the door inside the wall. That takes care of it. But if they see this, they're going to learn that's a door. And I don't want them learning that. But I'm having fun messing with this, and so I think we're gonna start mapping fairly heavily with this and mix up with our dungeon draft maps for the people that use Foundry and want to download those maps because it has all the line of sight and walls transferred directly into there. I'm just hoping they get Fog of War in this so it works because that'll make life a lot easier. Fog of War is your friend. Let's be honest. I mean, what I've done is this. So they'll come in here. If they find the wall, I'll go in, take that wall off. There's the secret door they just found. So that was kind of the workaround that I did for a secret door. I mean, let's face it, people have so many wish lists for something like this. And if we're being honest, a lot of it, my personal opinion, when I see the biggest gripe is players should be able to play for free. My answer to that is no. And this is why. What they would need to do is exactly what the Fantasy Grounds guys did, where for players to be able to download the demo version and play for free, um, the DM has to spend $150 to have an open version where people can use the demo version forever as players, and you're just DMing. Um, and they probably have to go down the path of licensed content like they've done there, where you have to buy your content again to be able to use it inside of Fantasy Grounds. Now, Fantasy Grounds, you can buy it for $25 and everybody play, but everybody has to pay $25. And, you know, my personal opinion is this: if players can't afford $25 to play a virtual tabletop with you, they can't afford $50 for a book. So they need to come up with a new hobby that's free. I don't know what, but you know, perhaps it's not for you. But I really feel that most people that are bitching about that, it's not a matter of that per se. They just don't want to pay. And that's the reality of it. Plus, you have to consider we have to be on their servers to use this. Servers cost money. So if you want this to be viable and continue to be usable, they have to make money. If they do peer to peer, strip the servers down, let people just play computer to computer, and then go on the model of assets are things that you buy and install, and they make money that way, and all this other stuff, maybe license some content, but they have to have a revenue stream. And these people that are like they think $25 should handle them forever, that's not reality. It's just not. Exactly. And if I decide to go with this, I mean, I'll tell my players and my group, I'm pretty sure they'll be like, yeah, we'll spend the $25 because I'll go in and I'll show them a map and I'll stream it to them and be like, look, this is what you'll be able to do. But I won't do it until we have something that gives them closer to what Foundry gives them, where they've got their character sheet on there. They're able to roll their attacks through the thing, and I know that's going to be a ways down the road. So it'll be a while. It gives me plenty of time to map out and mess with it. I mean, they'll if they plan to stick with it and keep doing it in the long term, they'll come up with something. Yeah, and Tails Weavers where you can what design your own assets and stuff to put in game. So, I mean, that's something that'll be a game changer for me because there's so many times where I would need an asset. I don't feel like pulling up. Um, oh Christ, what is my drawing program? Clip Studio Paint and drawing and spending hours doing an asset. So I'll spend a little bit of time and find something to be able to use that suffices. Um, you know, I'd be much happier being able to have something where I can, if I find an asset that I need, I can go ahead and convert it, put it in. That'll make life easier. And then maybe I'll get in Blender and start making shit. But for now, I don't know. I'm fine with what I have, let's be honest. And the fact that you can merge things together and kind of bastardize new assets as it is, it works. Like I said, my biggest wish list would be character sheets that integrate stuff in some way to pull in, even if they create a module where I'm able to pull my stuff in from D&D Beyond, that would be awesome. Yeah, I know that there's the one, but it's rolling the character sheet. My I pick on my players all the time on here, but they need more help than having a second window open, especially the Mac users that are running on like an 11-inch screen, and that's the only screen that they're on. And I have a hard time getting them to be able to log in the first place, having them going back and forth between windows and clicking attacks and all the other stuff. That's enough to drive me nuts. And I know that it'll drive them crazy. So I need an ease of use solution. And let's face it, Foundry is an ease of use solution for these kinds of things. I think I'm going to end up tearing this whole level down and restarting it because I've got rooms that are not workable. Like this should be a 10 by 10 room. And it was before I really dicked around with that tavern over there where I realized, I need to start changing the space and volume here. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to destroy this level. But, what I've been having fun with right now is learning how to work with my build levels, all this kind of stuff. Um, Once we've perfected this, then we'll start worrying about it. But I am not going to really dick with this map much more. We'll restart it and make it work. Oh my god, that it sounds like a good idea, but that's asking too much of my players. I mean, I have two players. The reason they use a Mac is because it's the easy button. The one especially, he uses it to cruise the internet and has no concept of how to really run a program on his Mac. So, we used Fantasy Grounds for a while, and I stopped. Um, Number one, because Unity had so many problems, it was driving me crazy. Um, and then I found Foundry, and it's seamless. It works really well. So while it would be awesome to do that, it would be asking too much. What do you mean a TS session? Oh, Talespire. Yeah, that would be nice, be able to pull that in and use that as your battle map, but I don't think the integration would be there. I mean, freaking Fantasy Grounds still looks like a Windows 3.1 application. They never change up the interface. I don't know. That's why I ended up going with Foundry because that ended up being so much cleaner and faster. And the integration with D&D Beyond where I can pull stuff in directly from that and don't have to buy books a second time on Fantasy Grounds. That really changed it. Yeah. But the game changer for me with Foundry was not buying those things a third time. Because I was buying hardcovers, I was buying it on D&D Beyond, and then if I wanted to run on Fantasy Grounds, that was another freaking purchase. So you're buying it three times, and it pissed me off every time I had to do it. Um, the fact that Foundry let me import, I was like, yeah, done. That may go away eventually, but until it does, I don't have to buy things again. And let's face it, Wizards isn't making much money off of that licensing fee from Fantasy Grounds. Uh, but it also is like a monetary stream for the people at Fantasy Grounds. I understand. I just don't want to buy things several times. I'm cheap that way. I mean, I had bought everything on Fantasy Grounds. I don't even want to talk about between the Ultimate Edition and books what I put out. But I guess about probably 5 books ago. Oh, thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. Um, once I figured out, and I'm not even buying physical books anymore. I'm just like, no, I'm not doing it. Uh, I'm buying everything on D&D Beyond one time, and basically, what, 50% of a hardcover, and I'm much happier. My son will still buy the hardcovers, and I'm like, there's no point. You'll always have access to D&D Beyond, and if something happens down the road, you'll be able to buy the books at a discount because they're old. But adventures and splat books and stuff like that, I'm not going to buy them there because I can just buy them digitally, read them online, and then go in, create my journal entries in Foundry, import the monsters and stuff. Done. I mean, I love Foundry. If you haven't seen Foundry, one of these days when I'm populating maps, I always put in stream when I am doing that. Foundry is freaking awesome. I love it. And I used to be an evangelist for freaking Fantasy Grounds, and for a $50 one-time fee, simpler peer-to-peer connections for your players. I mean, that was something we also ran into too, where sometimes everybody could log in except for one person. It doesn't matter if your port forwarding is correct and all this other stuff. Something happens that screws up their ability to log in to your server. Stop. I don't care what's going on out there. So, that was just another weird hassle you always had with Fantasy Grounds. And now the fact that Foundry actually works like a web app where they log in, they don't even have to. That was the other thing. I had one guy who couldn't freaking update Foundry. He was like mentally challenged with computers. I don't know what his deal was, but there was always an issue. And then with Foundry, it was just, log in here and we're done. And I never had an issue again. And, the fact that they just go through a web browser, connect in, everything works perfect. It's almost like they're going to roll 20, except it actually works better. So, and they can I can either set up an instance here, or I actually set up a server in the cloud, and that's where they log in through. And it all works great. I can go in, hit a button with one of the mods in there, and pull down an entire module from D&D Beyond if I plan to run it. Then go in, pull the maps in that I've made for it, and populate it out, and I'm ready to run the whole thing. So it is what it is, and I like Foundry because I can make my own maps and stuff for it too. That also helps. Once I found Foundry for $50, Dungeon Draft for $20, both of them work seamlessly, and I'm like, this is freaking awesome. It works great. I was sold. Anytime I can find a cheap solution that works really well, I'm really happy with it. I know it pisses my son off. He's like, you're just such a cheap bastard. I'm like, yeah, but I do find the best solution that I can. And a lot of times the cheap one works. I mean, there have been times when it doesn't, but I'll give it a shot. Let's get rid of this dude. We were testing the steps earlier. All right. I think I'm going to go. I got to go give one of the dogs a pill. It's like late. And start thinking about how I'm going to cook dinner. I've got lamb out there. Probably too late to start cooking that. But anyway, everybody, thanks for stopping in. Enjoyed chatting. I think tomorrow we are going to mess with doing the second floor on this thing. Um, Figure out how to roof one of these in and get it all done. Um, and then we'll move on to another map. I probably want to think, I'm going to think about doing something similar to the swamp level in Mad Mage. Because you've got to work with water level at various levels. Um, so I mean, you got to really bring the water level up. You've got one part in there where it's actually a 40-foot drop down in the water, and then most of the rest of it is 3 to 4 feet. So you're gonna have to have that swamp floor varying. So I'm gonna mess with doing something like that to see how I go about building it. A lot of what I like about mapping is figuring out how to make this stuff work and make it so it looks awesome for them when they're in there, which I think they'll really enjoy with this once we master it. But it's going to take a while to master all the little crazy things you got to do. But that's going to be it for now. I'm going to go worry about dinner. Everybody have a great night. We'll be on tomorrow. Let me take a look at this. I got to look at a schedule because I know I got to drop my daughter off, and I think she's there all day afterwards. Let's see. So tomorrow she's there from 8:30 until 5:20 because she has maybe a lab. So I'll drop her off at 8:30. Be able to do until at least 2:15. All right, everybody have a great night. We'll catch you tomorrow. Thanks again for all the follows. Have a wonderful evening.